Okay. So, I guess I'm playing OpenTyrian. Okay. I have compiled a few lists of things that's in this game. It's not comprehensive. Or it's actually kind of difficult to find a comprehensive list of everything in this game, like all the unlocks and whatnot, but I found a few things. And one thing I've learned is compiling the weapon power lists is the weapon power is vastly, like, messed up. Okay, so we have 10,000. And you want a lot of power. So okay, so we have Protron, which is better than Protron Wave. Pulse Cannon. Pulse Cannon 5. Multi-Cannon 4. Vulcan Cannon 4. Or Protron 4. The question is, which of those is most powerful? Oh my god, the scam calls are just non-stop today. I don't want to talk to you, Mr. Scam, lately. Now, here's the thing. Vulcan Cannon is kind of messed up. Because look how fast it's shooting, right? So, it's just the same in a wider spread. Same in a wider spread, and in a wider spread, but, you know. The thing is Vulcan Cannon 1 through 4 does the same amount of damage per shot. It has the same amount of DPS. So all this extra money, all you're paying for is just different shot patterns. That's it. That's all you're paying for. Until you go past Vulcan Cannon 6. But once you're at Vulcan Cannon 7, that's when the damage actually goes up, I think. Yeah, 7, 8, and Vulcan Cannon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all have a DPS of 15. Whereas Vulcan Cannon 7, 8, and 9 all have a DPS of 18. Kind of crazy. Okay, Protron 3 has a DPS of 20. Where is multi-cannon? Cannon 1 and 2. There's also some weird damage levels where the damage, the DPS, is higher at a lower level, and lower at a higher level. Some weapons have that at various levels. So I need to figure out which of these I should use. So, what was it? Pulse Cannon was the one that went up to 5, all the others. It's weird, Protron 3 does 20. Protron 1 is 12. Protron 2 is 15. Protron 3 is 20. Where is Protron 4? Okay, here's the difference. Okay. Protron 3 does 20 DPS. Protron 4 does 21.4 DPS. Okay, so far this is the most powerful weapon at 21.4 DPS. Then we have Vulcan Cannon, which is not the most powerful weapon, at 20 DPS. Oh no, it's worse than it's 15. 7, 8, and 9 are 20 DPS, so Protron kicks the crap out of Vulcan Cannon. Protron 4 is more powerful than Vulcan Cannon 9. Multi-cannon. Multi-cannon 1 and 2 are 15. Multi-cannon 3 is 18. Where's Multi-cannon 4? Multi-cannon 4 is now the most powerful weapon. That is 24 DPS. Then we have up the Pulse Cannon 5. Cannon 1 is 15. Pulse Cannon 2 is 18. Pulse Cannon 3 and 4 are 24, but that's the one that can go up to 5. Pulse Cannon 5 is 25. So this is the most powerful weapon. Right here. That's 25 DPS. That doesn't leave any anything else. So, because of the way this game works, it basically praises you for going in as, you know, glass cannon. Because of the weapon pods, right? So if you have, say you have a weapon level up, right? And say you have power 2, right? And you have to, it takes 1500, then it takes 3000, right? So if you get a weapon power up at power 2, it's going to give you 1500 creds worth of resources by leveling up your weapon. But if you have power 5, right? It's when you pick up the weapon power up, it's going to give you 7,500 creds worth of resources. So it really benefits you to just go full glass cannon and know exactly where the power-ups are. Take the most powerful weapon you can, go full glass cannon, and yeah. Problem by doing this is I don't have anything for any of the other weapons. Let's see, we got heavy guided bombs. Which are a split type weapon. Multi-cannon does 6 DPS, heavy guided bombs 1 and 2 to 7.1 DPS. But they do split the smaller shots for other enemies to hit. Sonic Wave. Sonic Wave does 900, or not 900, does 8.6. So those aren't like very high. Wait, Plasma Storm is available off the get-go? The satellites are also super weak, a lot of them. Minto's ship is 6 DPS and it cannot be upgraded. Satellite Marlow also does 6 DPS. But yeah, I need to get Plasma Storm. That. Plasma Storm is a boss killer, essentially. It is one of the most powerful things in the entire game. Okay. So now the damage dynamic has changed. I need to see what Pulse Cannon 3 is and the other ones. I didn't know Plasma Storm was available right off the get-go. Plasma Storm can apparently one-hit most bosses. Okay, so... Pulse Cannon, Protron. Vulcan Cannon 2, 15. Vulcan Cannon 2, 15. Protron 2, 15. But what about Pulse Cannon 3? Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, and it gives 3,000 for the first weapon upgrade. Okay, so we have our setup. Standard weaponry is very underpowered right now. And another thing is we want to hit as many extra levels as possible. We want to do as many levels as possible going through this, so we need to go through all of the secret exits that we can find. And preemptively, I have found a bunch online. How to get them. And there is a weapon pod and an exit. Okay, so this one's a pain in the ass. Okay, so for the first weapon pod, I need to destroy the first U-ship, which is like the very first ship that you come across. Now, except the leader ship that has the U-pod. I need to not destroy any of the other U-fighters at the very beginning. Then later, there are spikes that come out of the sides, followed by pointy ships. Okay, it's described as after the spikes and fighters. Oh, after the fighters. Okay, so after the spikes and the small ships go by, there should be, I guess, a couple of larger ships. It says shoot the ship behind the center ship, which may be a bad description. I may need to do this whole stage a couple of times. May have to reload and start from this. Start from the very beginning over again. But yeah, we'll see.
Good luck. Good luck.
Okay, that was the lead ship. Where's the weapon pod? Is it the first line of ships?
Good luck.
Okay, so the first U ship having a weapon pod just turns out to be completely fucking false. Unless it's a U ship later. That's the problem with not knowing it. So, okay, so I shouldn't destroy these guys. It's part of what I'm getting. These are U-ships. There goes that board. I already feel like I need to restart.
Good luck.
Get a ship. Damn it.
Good luck.
Data acquired. Danger.
Oh, those crystals are...
Data acquired.
Wait, are those new ships?
Cleared enemy platform. Warning, spikes ahead.
Okay. Destroy the ship after... Okay, there should be fighters, right?
Enemies ahead.
Fuck. I missed it. I missed it. Missed it. Damn it, I missed it. You see that ship that dropped back and went behind the center ship there? That's what I need to destroy. That's part of the problem of not knowing anything. So maybe these aren't the new ships. Maybe they're the ones that... have the right side up. They're not the ones that are U-shaped, like an upside down U. They're the ones that have the U on the front of them. That wasn't it.
Data acquired. Danger.
Whoa. Hold on. Near the second group of ships that blow to pieces, destroy a rock on the far right to open a portal. I didn't know that's what the portal was. Okay, well, we'll play through it. I mean, we can always load the game, but this way we can see which secret level that was. Oh!
Data acquired. Cleared enemy platform. Warning, spikes ahead. Enemies ahead.
Did you catch that? The ships that were drawn across the center of the map horizontally, there wasn't a second ship behind the center one this time.
Large enemy approaching.
Oh my god! Oh, that is so powerful! That was Plasma Storm. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow! Wow, that is mondo powerful. that's the sound the boss made, just gone. Oh my god. It says unknown. That doesn't help me determine which one of these the level is. Well, it doesn't say asteroid 1 or 2, so it has to be one of the secret levels. Depending on the version of the game, it's either bubbles or windy, pulls, or Sojin.
Good luck.
Okay. When it shows danger approaching enemy platform, you destroy the first and the last ship from the immediate left wave. I didn't destroy any of the other ships. Okay. So you know what? I was saying, you know, we could go to Sojin, but
Data acquired.
It's a secret level. Let's do it.
Data acquired.
Okay. Okay, it's still here. We're still here at Holds. Okay, so the first U-ship, I haven't been able to take that down, so I still don't know whether or not that's true. Okay. So we have 5 grand to play with. I don't know if Holmes has any weapon pods. So it might be good to boost our generator and our shield. We don't. Yeah, we are not removing Plasma Storm ever. Ever. Okay, we can probably add a rear gun here. Guided microbombs, Protron, multi-cannon. The problem with multi-cannon and Protron is they shoot to the side. So I'm thinking guided microbombs because they will dash ahead. We want rear weapons that fire forward, not just drop behind us. Okay, let me look at the most powerful rear weapons here. North Ship Spreader A. Rear Mega Pulse, rear Heavy Missile Launcher, Starburst, Sonic Wave, Guided Microbombs. Oh! Guided Microbombs is the weakest strong weapon. At level 11, it has a DPS of 84. Everything else I said is above that. Hot Dog Rear 8, which is the highest level for Hot Dog Rear. That's still the funniest fucking name for a weapon I ever heard. Hot Dog Rear. That sounds like something that's banned on Twitch. Yeah, guided microbombs. It's 84 something at level 11, but at level 1 it only does like 5.6 damage. If I could switch it for one of the other ones later on, one of the other uber powerful rare weapons, then I will do that. Just sort of speed reading this. Temenos? Damonos? Okay. I think we're ready to attempt it. We've got a better generator, better shield. And we've got one of the rear weapons that evolves to one of the most powerful rear weapons later.
Good luck.
Data acquired.
Good luck.
Data acquired.
Wait.
Good luck.
Data acquired. Data acquired.
Okay, there we go. And there's so much shit! So much shit!
Data acquired.
Thing is moving so fast. Holy shit. Nope. Nope, no, not doing that. Nope. Not doing that. Nope, no way. I will slow the fuck out of the game down before that happens.
Good luck.
Data acquired. Data acquired.
I can focus on shooting things, destroying things, or trying to dodge. I can't really do both. And I suck at both too. How do you avoid these fucking balls here? These round shits. These round shits.
Data acquired.
Castlevania ending. I forgot about that little song. I'm just glad to have survived the freaking level. But that's what is that's part of what's important is just making it through the level, or doing as many secret levels as possible because it increases the amount of levels that you have to go through, and because of that, it will increase the amount of money you're able to get and upgrade your ship with. Have the best shield for now. Have the best generator for now. Apparently mini missile is solid. It's got some power with it. Where's Vulcan? Vulcan shot option DPS is 20, but it costs 10 times the amount of mini missile. And mini missile is 30 DPS at 1/10 the cost. The only difference is that it can't fire forever and we'll have to. Okay, so what is going to give the biggest boost here? Guided microbombs 1 is 5.6. Goes from 5.6 to 8.2. Asteroid 2 has a weapon pod. Asteroid 2, destroy the rightmost face of a set of 3. Okay. Several tanks are worth more if not immediately destroyed. First tank has a weapon pod if you wait for it to fire. Okay. Pulse Cannon 3 and 4 do the same amount of DPS. The difference is that it covers a wider area. That's fine. We'll do that. Especially since there's a weapon pod. Yeah, if I remove mini missile, it's still not enough to upgrade the weapon one more time. Okay.
Good luck.
Data acquired.
You're joking, right? You're joking.
Good luck.
There we go.
Data acquired. Large enemy approaching.
Large enemy. What'd you say? Plasma Storm, man. Plasma Storm. All that, like, ultra trouble difficulty I was having with before with this game, that just, like, is the problem solver. Okay. Keeping guided microbombs, because those upgrade to some uber stuff. Let's see. You look at. Okay, so there's a secret exit on mine. Okay. After a magnetic barrier with a blue sphere below it. So, oh, okay. So there's a weapon pod and another secret level. Okay. So I'm gonna want to bump up front gun again. So the question is, I don't have enough to bump up pulse cannon further, so it's what is the most powerful out of these that I can have right now. Pulse cannon 5 is 25 DPS. Multi-cannon 5 is also 25 DPS. But it's spread out. Getting another call from some rando. You can F off. Mega Cannon 4. Oh boy. It looks like Mega Cannon is something to leave the hell alone. Yeah, this is one of the ones that's extremely weird in its DPS. This is one of the weakest weapons in the entire game. In fact, Mega Cannon 1 is the weakest weapon in the entire game, with a DPS of 3.3. That's 3.3. Now, here's exactly what I'm talking about the weird DPS, right? Mega Cannon 2 is 6.7 DPS. Mega Cannon 3 is also 6.7 DPS. Mega Cannon 4 is 10 DPS. Mega Cannon 5 is 13.3 DPS. I can't show that because I don't have enough creds, right? Remember that. Mega Cannon 5 is 13.3 DPS. Mega Cannon 6 is 6.7 DPS. It gets halved at level 6. And then level 7, 8, and 9 jump back up to 13.3 DPS. It is a terrible weapon. And fully leveled, like it's barely up there. It's the weakest fully leveled weapon too. Well, let me find Mega Cannon 11. Mega Cannon 11 is 26.7. Pulse Cannon level 5, isn't it like 25? Yeah, this is 25. Pulse Cannon 5. Mega Cannon 11 is 26 point something. 26.7. Worst gun. Worst gun. The only thing it has going for it is it has pass-through. So if it manages to go through multiple enemies, it will deal damage to all of those enemies that the shots pass through. That's not really worth it, though. Okay, so we have 25. And then we have Missile Launcher. Okay, what can we get at Missile Launcher? We have Missile Launcher 4. Looks like Missile Launcher... Hold on. This is one of another one of the weapons that jumps around, I think. Missile Launcher 3 is 24.5. And I go over here to Missile Launcher 6 is 27.7. Yeah, there's no Missile Launcher in between Missile Launcher 3 and Missile Launcher 6. So I'm going to see if it goes down. Missile Launcher 5 is 20.8. Yeah, it goes way down. Missile Launcher 1 is 10. There we go. Missile launcher 4 is 30. Wait, missile launcher 4 is 30. This is 25, right? Missile launcher may actually be the way to go here for this current next stage. Cannon 5. Missile launcher 4 is more powerful than pulse cannon 5, and it gets me more cred on a weapon pickup than pulse cannon 5 does. This gives me 7,500. This gives me 8,500. Gives me 10,000, but it's not worth it. It's not worth trying to make it through the stage with this, because I won't be able to destroy as much. I won't be able to get as much creds. This gives me 25, but again, it's not going to give me a whole lot of damage. I think Missile Launchers 4 is the way to go here. It will allow me to get the generator. I have the more powerful generator now. And I think I might be able to upgrade the rear gun as well. Yeah, that's massive. That is a massive upgrade. So this should be mind maze. Okay. After a magnetic barrier with a blue sphere below it, go all the way right through the gate. Through a gate. Destroy the second gate's weak point. Drops a weapon pod. Wait. How will it affect my DPS? Need, missile launcher 4 and 5. It goes from 27.3 and drops down to 20.8. I'm just gonna have to deal. Just gonna have to deal until I make it to the next stage, I think. missiles are 1,000. I need way more than that. Alright, so I'm gonna have to settle for a downgrade. But I do have the mini missiles and I do have the plasma storm.
Good luck. Level completed.
After a magnetic barrier, the blue sphere below it. Okay.
Good luck. Level completed.
Okay, this is a bitch of a level.
Good luck.
Okay. Destroying the second gate's weak spot. Fuck, it wouldn't let me back over.
Good luck.
Boy. Oh boy.
Good luck.
That was kind of sticky. Stay to the left and do not rejoin the main path.
Level completed.
Level completed? What? It counted. I got credits. My ship got destroyed, but it counted. Yeah, it counted. I have the next secret. I have the secret level. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, we got one of the bad boys. We got the heavy missile launcher. Okay, we can bump up missile launcher to 5. Which gives us 33.3. Heavy missile launcher 5 is 33.3. Missile launcher 5 is somewhere. Is 20.8. Okay, heavy missile launcher 5 is the way to go. Yeah, much higher damage. Gives me more credits upon a weapon pickup. Okay, we're good. Looks like guided microbombs is still the way to go. Still highest shield generator. These can't be upgraded. Wait, can they? No. No. Okay, so I can upgrade the microbombs, basically. I can use these as credit storage. And microbombs. Currently at power 2, which is 8.2. Bump it up to 13.6. Okay. So we have upgraded our front guns and our rear guns. Or you know what I could do? I could upgrade our armor. Wondering if I should have higher damage or higher armor. Probably higher damage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do all this on hard at some point. This is normal difficulty. But I guess this is like training for bullshit hard difficulty. Okay, so this is asteroid question mark.
Good luck. Data acquired.
Why is everything so much harder to destroy? Like the same enemies that will headquarters. It's confirmed that these guns are more powerful.
Data acquired.
These missiles are more powerful than what I had. By like 10 DPS. The guided bombs are more powerful now on top of that, so... I mean, I succeeded. I didn't destroy as much as I was hoping to be able to. But I should have more credits now. That's actually a lot of credits. And now the ship is not available to upgrade. I think I'm going to load the game and do that again. I'm going to load the rear bombs. I was like, oh yeah, I have enough money to get it now. Nope, we're going to take it out of the shop. Alright, let's go get our asses handed to us again. Well, now that we know there's no boss, we can use plasma sword.
Data acquired.
Actually, you know what? I wasn't expecting... There'd be
Good
like
luck.
2 things right at the beginning.
Data acquired.
How did I miss that? I fucking ran over the damn thing. Whoa.
Good luck. Data acquired. Data acquired. Data acquired.
You're waiting for me to destroy the flashing lights.
Level completed.
Fuck berries. Wait a minute, you keep the credits when you exit a secret level? Did I not pass that? I didn't pass that one secret level earlier because... Okay.
Good luck.
I see how it works now.
Data acquired. Data acquired. Data acquired.
Okay, I'm alive. You know, after going through and mapping out some of this stuff, you know, secret levels, weapon pods, weapon damages and stuff like this, after taking other people's guides and reorganizing them, I am actually having fun. Sort of. Fort. pirate catsup meowicus. This game has furries? Professional 256 color graphics. Microsoft Windows exists inside the world of Tyrian. Confirmed. God, these guys are still using Windows with 256 colors. Jill of the Jungle. There was a demo disc with Jill of the Jungle on it, or a demo of Jill of the Jungle, and my dad basically had me break the disc because apparently either there was a virus on it or there was something, like, programming-wise that screwed up the computer so bad that he basically had to format the hard drive and reinstall everything. Oh my god, Castle of the Winds. Castle of the Winds, for me, was like the game. That is a game that needs to be ported to modern systems. Modern computers. Absolutely. It was the first roguelike I think I ever enjoyed. It was a roguelike RPG. Epic Classics. Epic. Wait. Castle of the Winds was Epic Games? Or maybe Epic as in... Was? I didn't make as much credits this time. Wait, so I died, but I got 12,000 credits? I survived and I got 8,000. Okay, so even if I was to take... Even if I was to lower that... Oh, that might be an upgrade. Mini missile is 30 DPS. Posted mine? Posted mine is 20 DPS with a potential to split infinitely. If you have like a tough enemy in place or a cluster of enemies that you need to pass through, that might actually be better than mini missile. But then again, mini missile has an ammo capacity of 100. Probably not. Dual shot option is going to be super low DPS. 10 DPS, yep. Okay, so where is Mega Missile? Okay, Mega Missile only has 5 DPS. Or 5 ammo. But the DPS is like 216.7. The problem with choosing Mega Missile over Mini Missile is that I have been using Mini Missile to deal with absolute, like, swarms of enemies. So I may actually want to keep Mini Missile for now. Until I can upgrade my front gun quite a bit. Front and rear gun. Okay, so it looks like there's no notes on any of the levels until Delion. There's Samara, which is this stage. There's the bonus stage, which I think is the dump booze game, which I don't think I don't think it gives you anything. Then there's mines. Then there's Deliani, which has 2 weapon pods in it somewhere. There's no description for where the pods are, just that there's 2 in the level. Then there's Savara 5, and then there's Assassin, and that's all of episode 1. Hopefully I can take this ship into episode 2 without having to restart all of my equipment. Because it was listed that this game has a New Game Plus, which I think you have to be on hard difficulty for it to get to that point. I don't know if you have to start all the way over on hard difficulty during a New Game Plus, or whether or not you can use your old ship from normal. I don't know. It's all still like I'm all still learning this whole OpenTyrian thing. All right.
Good luck. Data acquired. Good luck. Data acquired.
Wait, Deleon. Okay, Deleon should be the green, like, light-filled planet. Because I remember reading this. Microbombs, huh? No? I think they got what I need for sidekicks. Generator and shield, there's no upgrades, so we got oh, we got new rear weapons here. Fireball. Okay, guided microbombs and fireball. Guided microbombs tap out at 84. Fireball taps out at 70. What would be best here? Heavy missile launcher 5. Where's heavy missile launcher 6? That one drops way down, right? Or does it go way up? Oh my god. Heavy missile launcher 6 goes up to 47.1 DPS. Heavy missile launcher 7. Okay, heavy missile launcher 8 is at 65. And if we can purchase it to 6 and find those 2 weapon upgrades, that's what my DPS will be. But I need to know beforehand what Heavy Missile Launcher 7 is? Heavy Missile Launcher 7 is 66. Heavy Missile Launcher 8 is 65. It goes up to 66 and then goes down by 1 DPS. Yeah, Heavy Missile Launcher 7 is 66. Missile Launcher 10 is 64.6. Yeah, we're gonna wanna... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna wanna bump that up here. Yeah, the problem is there isn't a whole lot of missiles. It's just like one shot at a time. But it is 47.1 DPS, which means each one of those green missiles does a ton of damage. I can't bump this up, can I? Oh, okay.
Good luck.
I am missing a ton of gems that I didn't know were going to be a thing.
complete.
Close to enough to upgrade. I can upgrade my shield. Sounds good to me. That also sounds pretty good to me. Let's see, it's currently power 3, which is 13.6. Guided microbombs 4 is 16.4, so it's a tiny boost. But that's fine. Yeah, even at power 1, that's not enough. That's not enough to get the front weapon upgraded. So I've got more shield. I've got slightly better guided microbomb damage. Heavy missile launcher is still the best weapon. So now we are on the stage of mines. Wait, are we on mines or are we on De Leon?
Good luck.
We're on mines.
Good luck.
Okay. So we want to get that,
Data acquired.
go. Crystal here. Weapon pods, Liliani. If I weaken the guided microbombs, I might be able to boost the front gun. 21K. Oh, just shy. Just shy. I really don't want to switch out the shield and generator either for it. Oh, the rear gun, it drops 2 now. Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay, so I can't really upgrade anything. If I only had like 300 more, I could do it. Okay. So somewhere on this stage are 2 weapon pods, and I have no idea where they are.
Good luck.
What the fucking hell? Why would I... Oh. See if somebody's made a little clip on YouTube. That might be the thing to do, right? Joking. There's no guide for this at all. How did the source port make it to friggin' Xbox? And there's such an incomplete, like, amount of guidance online.
Good luck.
Yeah, I have no choice but to go blind. Or just not play the game until I've basically gone through every freaking playthrough I want. And watched all of the VODs by every streamer. Okay.
Good luck.
This stage is I also haven't seen a single weapon pod.
Good luck.
Wow. I guess I'm gonna have to use plasma still. All the way to the right, really?
Good luck.
drops down. It's like front and center. Plants are real fuckers. I mean, I know it's supposed to be the end of the first chapter, basically, but still. Okay.
Large enemy approaching.
What the hell is this thing? Why is it so fast?
Jesus Christ.
What was that shit full of fuck? What the fuck was all that?
Good luck. Good luck.
Shit got hard. And I have been crunching the numbers and scanning the weapon shit to the best of my ability. Rear weapon power. ships are just ridiculously tanky.
Good stuff.
I don't get those ones get destroyed super easy. I need to make an adjustment to my guide here. Two weapon pods from blue sideways moving ships fairly close to the beginning. One front and one back here. Okay. Hey. The shots from those green ships do a hell of a lot of
Large enemy approaching.
Plasma Storm is not enough. Plasma Storm is not enough. I don't know how I'm going to do this, or even if I'm able to do this at all. This is really kicking my ass. I don't know what to do. That was the best shot I have had to take down the boss with Plasma Storm. The problem is these green, like, panel enemies are so fucking tanky that I have to use Plasma Storm on them, otherwise I'm just gonna die. I don't have a choice. They're way too tough, and they do way too much damage. And they're really hard to avoid. Both the ships themselves and their shots. I don't know what else I can do. I'm not seeing any other upgrades I can make. Have to use this, because otherwise the power I do have is too much. Or the power cost is too much. Need a more powerful generator at some point. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I just have to bash my head against the wall.
Good luck. Good luck.
I need those weapon pods.
Good luck.
I'm literally not powerful enough to get stronger. The fuck?
Good luck.
Now bite me, asshole. Missile debris, motherfuckers, with prejudice. That's what I'm learning. That's not even enough. It has to be Plasma Storm. You can't missile them to death. They're too tanky. They're too fucking strong.
Good luck.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, when they drop the 6 like that, you cannot missiles. The mini missiles are not powerful enough. Yeah, this blows. This absolutely blows.
Good luck.
I and trying to build as many threads as I possibly can out of the stages. I'm using any exploits and knowledge that I can find, and it's not enough. And this isn't even hard difficulty. It's not enough. It is not enough to get through this stage.
Good luck.
Now look at that. Just those 3 ships took my shield down over half. Impossible. Alright.
Good luck.
I really don't want to waste my time on this game. If it's going to be this hard, before even hard difficulty. So if I do not make it through this stage by the end of the stream, yeah, okay. There, I have an hour. I'm gonna give myself an hour. If I do not make it past this stage by the end of the stream, I'm pushing OpenTyrian down to the grind games. And I'm going to have something take place in this. Replacing this game as one of my main games. Because this is fucking insane how hard this is. It's excessive.
Good luck.
Yeah, though, for how common these green ships are, and okay, a lot of these ships need to be a bit less tanky, because I have some of the most powerful weapons that I can get by this point. And they are not enough to take the common ships of the stage. There's too much shit going around on the screen.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
It's just way too fucking hard. Like, up to this point, exploiting the game, everything I can do, you know, mapping out all the weapons to figure out what does the most damage, figuring out where the secret levels are, marking down secret exits and weapon pods, doing as many secret levels as possible to up the score count, which is credits basically, to do all that to get as much money as possible and the most powerful weapons as possible, the highest damage dealing weapons, highest DPS weapons out there as possible, and it's not enough. And this is episode 1. And it's not enough to get episode 1 on normal. Excuse me. Let's make that clear. There are levels not available unless you play hard. And normal is not doable. Every stage up to this point, I've been able to scrape by, exploiting the game as much as possible. I've been able to scrape by up to this point. and this stage is it does not follow the same trend of being able to scale the player with the stages. Even with scraping, like, as exploiting the game as much as possible, the difficulty just goes up faster than the player. So yeah, I'm gonna say this. I thought this may be good if it was able to do that, but it's not. So at this point, I'm gonna say it's not just me. The game sucks a little bit. I'm just gonna say that right off the bat. At this point, OpenTyrian sucks a little bit. It eats shit a little bit. I should be able to get past this stage about as easily or close to as easily as the previous stages. But this stage in particular just ramps up the difficulty further than the power scaling. I don't know how else to fucking explain it. This stage blows. This game eats shit.
Good luck.
finally destroy the ship, and it's not enough. God damn it. Yeah. I hate that my first impressions of this game from the first and second stream of it have been vindicated. But they've been vindicated. This game sucks a little bit of ass. I thought, you know, maybe it's just because I don't know what people who are fans of this game know about it, or that I'm not using, you know, the optimal strategy for this game. But at this point, that's not enough. That's not it. That's not it. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed because I want to like this game. It's got a really cool aesthetic. It's got good music. It's got cool weapons, cool enemies. But it's just... it's literally too hard, even on normal difficulty. There's like 2 or 3 difficulties above this. And even on normal, you can't see all the levels. Even if you were able to make it past this on normal. This game eats shit. And all the good music and good graphics and like cool world and all that isn't going to make up for that. If you have something that leads to basically, if you have a part of your gameplay mechanics be just hyper ridiculous, it turns the gameplay into bad gameplay. And I hate to say it, but even down on normal difficulty, not even hard difficulty, down on normal difficulty, it's a little bit bad gameplay here. And I don't mean the guy behind the controller. So, it is what it is. Why is such a common enemy, like the fodder enemies, so ridiculously tanky? Stop for a minute and think, right? The literal spaceships, the ships with all their moving parts and all of their systems have more health than fucking structures and buildings on the ground. Think about that. The fodder is tougher than the stationary enemies. I'm just going to go ahead and say that that is bad game design. There's a lot of things this game does right, but there is just enough done wrong in the right spots to make it a shit experience for some. And this level is a perfect example of that. Not only that, but the boss fight and the space just before the boss is fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. First, there's that cluster of fodder enemies that have that are like really tanky to where I have to use the ult weapon just to pass that section. And then there's the fucking the ground turrets, which do quite substantial damage to your ship, followed by these big giant ass green ball things which makes no goddamn sense in any shape or form. Like they stick out compared to the rest of the game at this point as being just a weird fucking enemy. They're tanky as fuck, and the turrets have not stopped coming. Right? The turrets don't stop at all during this entire, like the rest of the stage. And then on top of these big fucking balls that just demolish you if you even touch them, then the boss comes down on top of that, has like 2 different fucking guns, deals massive amounts of damage, and the turrets are still coming during all of this. And if you haven't destroyed all 3 of the green balls are on the stage too. So you have the boss, a mini boss, and common fucking ground turrets that never stop coming, all at the same time. And this is after that long, lengthy stretch with ridiculously tanky enemies. And enemies, like, throughout the stage that force you to use your fucking, like, best weapons just to get past them. This stage is bad game design. I see why people do love this game. I see why it is a cult classic and why it has been ported to Xbox. But you can't really defend this part at this point. Like, it's not even okay. It stops being a skill issue. To blame the player for not being able to pass it if you raise the skill ceiling dramatically enough. And if you raise the power scaling of the opposition enough farther past where the player's power scaling. Like if you create enough of a disparity in there. So, yes, it is 100% bad game design for this stage, for Delion. That is undeniable at this point. It was, like, the entire path to get to Deliani was really skirting bad game design the entire way here. Because even to get to this point, like I've been saying repeatedly, like I completely have taken somebody's guides who have taken the information directly out of the code of this game and made guides with it. I have reorganized them in a way that I can use them more effectively. And I've got the most powerful, like I said, I've got the most powerful weapons. I have increased the length of the run to go through as many planets as possible, as many stops as possible, to rack up the credits so I can have the most money possible to get the best equipment. And I have been focusing on getting the weapon pods, which give you a dramatic amount of credits, of cash, that if you need to, you can like sacrifice some to buy in other places, other upgrades for your ships. And even with all of that, I was just barely scraping by on my way here, and even died a couple of times in places where I knew what was coming next. That is skirting bad game design, right? Because it requires the player to know every little thing to squeeze out as much efficiency and power upgrade as possible throughout the game. And it's not information that's just available to the player in the game itself. They have to use an outside source to do that. So right there is a massive red flag. But unfortunately, Deliani cements bad game design with the way it is designed. This level is fucking ridiculous. Okay, so that first weapon pod ship, that first blue weapon pod ship, might be a temporary weapon. We need to make sure that not only have we picked up the pod, but we make sure it's an actual weapon. These purple round enemies are the only non-building enemies on the stage that are not fucking painted. Did that power-up destroy the upgrade?
Good stuff.
Wow. These green fuckers are ridiculous. These blue guys seem that they feel like they should take like one less hit. These blue guys are the second weakest. These guns, these ones are fine. The guns feel right. These stationary big guns right here. The purple guys feel right. There should be some super fodder, like super weak fodder in the stage.
Good luck.
These things on the tracks, they should have like one less hit. Actually, now that I think about it, these guys on the track should have one less hit. But then I just realized, I have the most powerful weapon that I could get my hands on at this point. Short of sacrificing shield and generator. And I need the generator to use weapons this powerful. So, the tanky things on this stage are really even tankier than they seem. Because, again, I have super powerful weapons at this point. So, the problem that this game has with these enemies is even worse than I'm making it sound out to be. Because my frustration is with what I am facing right now. If you were to just go through the game and start on normal and then get to this point, you would have even less credits, you would have less powerful weapons, and most players aren't going to look up the secrets or know the secrets and end up in a worse position than I am and have even more fucking trouble. So yeah, bad game design. Confirmed. 100%. It's not even a skill issue at this point. It is bad game design. Those green fuckers are really tanky. I can't imagine trying to... Imagine if you were using the Mega Cannon. Jesus Christ. This game has a bug too, where if you press the back button, sometimes it will not bring up the menu. And then there's another bug where if you start, if you quit and then restart the stage, the music won't play.
Good luck.
Look, the music's not playing. And then I pressed the back button. I did not press pause. I pressed the back button, and the menu did not pop up. So I pressed the back button again, and now the menu comes up and the music's playing. Okay, that was not a weapon pod.
Good luck.
I couldn't slide back to the left. I just, whatever the fuck that was, just demolished me. I don't even know what I got hit by.
Good stuff.
Fucking Christ. What a fucking awful fucking level, goddamn. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yeah, we need armor. We absolutely need fucking armor. Mega miss, no, heavy missile launcher, whoa, hold on. We have lightning cannon, I'm not familiar with lightning cannon. Is at 120. Heavy missile launcher 11 at 108. Missile Launcher 7 is 66. Lightning Cannon is all over the place. Lightning Cannon 7 is 50, so we're going to stick with Heavy Missile Launcher. Lightning Cannon 6 is 60. Remember that number. Lightning Cannon 6 is 60. Okay? Lightning Cannon 7 is 50. 10 lower. Lightning Cannon 8 and Lightning Cannon 9 are both 70, jumping up massively. Lightning Cannon 10, want to know where Lightning Cannon 10 is? It goes back down to 60. And then Lightning Cannon 11 is at 120. Heavy Missile Launcher 6. Terrible. Where is it? Heavy Missile Launcher 6. Heavy Missile Launcher 6 is 47.1. That's what I have right now. Heavy Missile Launcher 7 is 66. So, I should lower the rear gun. There we go. It's still a single missile. 7 is 66 damage, whereas heavy missile launcher 8 is 65 damage. The only way that would be a good idea is if it's 2 missiles, because it would be doing like 34.2 and a half per missile. So if there's a tough enemy, both would hit it. A big tough enemy, both would hit it and do, the full 65. But if there's smaller enemies, one would be able to hit it, and if the thing gets destroyed, then the other missile should be able to fly past it and hit the next enemy behind it. I'm just, what a fucking terrible stage. Holy shit. We have 2 levels left.
Good luck.
Emperor Milk Toe? That sounds disgusting.
Good luck. Good luck. Completed.
Yeah, Delania was a fucking bitch compared to that. That one was actually good. Delania specifically is bad game design. That's what I'm getting from this. Holy crap. Well, I got 32K. I got 32K from that. Problem is it's not going to be more powerful. It's actually 1 damage less. DPS. So hanging on to my credits would be the better thing when it comes to the heavy missile launcher. And have them lead over to episode 2. Yeah, heavy missile launcher 7, DPS is 66, heavy missile launcher 8, DPS is 65. I've still got the best one. Still got the best shield. Still got the best generator. Tropical Cherry Companion. What is this? There it is. Tropical Cherry Companion. DPS is 12. Yeah, I don't think that's as good as the mini missile. Although it, you know what? It's DPS. That includes the shot frequency. So that is not an upgrade. What? Microsoft Front Blaster? DPS is 10. No. No. Okay. Guided microbombs is level 4, and I can bump it up to level 6. Yeah, I can't upgrade that twice. So I need to look at guided microbombs here. Guided microbombs 4 is 16.4. Guided microbombs 5 is 27.3. Guided microbomb 6 is 35.5. And here's the, oh man, not only that, but it's a better orientation. One goes directly behind, and then it's 3 shots, and one goes out to each side. That is so much better. That is, yes. I think we're gonna go for completing episode 1. There's one last stage for episode 1 called Assassin. Okay. It's the level is supposed to be called Assassin, but I guess I'm going to Tyrian? Okay. And the Savara stage previously was supposed to be Savara 5. Whatever. Alright, let's do it.
Good luck.
My cards.
Large enemy approaching.
Would have been better if the health bar and ability to damage it showed up, you know, sooner. Okay, let me look up Tyrian. And I need to know if there's a better generator. Oh, there's a wiki of Tyrian. There's a wiki for Tyrian. There are 2 better generators.
Good luck. Large enemy approaching.
Okay, I don't know if I'm beating this today. That's what she is. Oh, you want under the blanket. There.
Large enemy approaching. Good luck. Large enemy approaching. Level completed.
Oh, there. Assassin. Okay. Yup. Sojin? I did the right thing by not specifically trying to go to Sojin. Nothing on the wiki about getting... Sojin is just a minigame. It's not really an additional level. So going to holes as my secret level was the best possible. Well, you know, one that's not Sojin. Holes or bubbles or whatever the other one is, based on what version of the game I have. Yeah, there's no point in playing Sojin. It's just there for fun. It doesn't give you anything by getting a high score. It literally doesn't have an end. So it's basically you just play it over and over again until you skip it because you can't actually beat it. Secret to the first ship that attacks you. What's funny is that secret is how you get Sojin. That's how you get Sojin. side ship has the same DPS as mini missile, and it's also constantly firing. We got Mega Pulse. But they want you to switch to this because of the dragons. Problem with a Mega Pulse is generally not as powerful as the heavy missile launcher. It's effective against the dragons. That's it. But, okay, one of the dragons has a rear weapon power. So, we want to buff rear weapon as much as possible. Guided microbomb. I don't think we can buff it. We can buff it to 8. Oh no, I'm wrong. Side ship has ammo. No, we'll stick with mini missile. Stick with mini missile. Guided microbombs, guided microbombs. Guided microbombs 8 is 48.8. No, it's 48. Whereas guided microbombs 9 is 66. But this will immediately give me 39,600 worth of creds to play around with. And then after the stage, I can switch back. I should actually be really powerful for Torm. Because this is post... Like, you can start episode 2 right off the bat. So you should be able to beat Torm with just a couple levels. So this should actually be way overpowered for Torm. I just got a front weapon power up. Which means rear weapon power up is
Good luck.
this stage is going to be a problem.
Good luck. Good luck. Good stuff.
Okay, so it's winds. I think so.
Data acquired.
Really? Not one of the missiles can hit the armor ship? Not a single goddamn one?
Good stuff.
You know what? $39,600. That's the better way to go, isn't it? Wait, but okay, if I have it like this, I'll be able to destroy more things, right? Scatter wave. Hold on. Hold on. No. Okay, no scatter wave. Starburst? Hold on. Starburst is one of the most powerful rear weapons. The problem is it doesn't shoot forward. It just has a sideways spread. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Well, I've killed all of the dragons at least once, and none of them have had a rear power up. It's just that one front weapon power up, dropping at the beginning.
Large enemy approaching.
I mean, that may have been true for a previous version of the game, but it's not true for this one. They just give you a power up at the beginning. Right? So here we got power 9. Get this. I want to pick this up, but I need better shield. Or I mean, I need better generator. That's the wrong site. Tyrian generators. Equipment by banana. And that's just a list of equipment. In fact, not all of the equipment is on the list. Yeah, this wiki is incomplete. this is still not telling me where the equipment are. I guess back to game facts. Because this is the only place I've seen it. Fields. For generators. Looks like I already have the most powerful generator for a while. The other two might not even be in the game. As something that you can purchase. Okay. I was hoping that maybe somebody would know how to get the better generators. Yeah, it's the most powerful in the game. How do you get it? Does nobody know how to do this? Maybe I can use the AI here. AI says the Gravitron Pulse Wave is a rare weapon. Interesting. It says that you purchase the Gravitron Pulse Wave, or, you know, it's available for purchase in the game shops between levels. So far, that has not been true. It is also not a weapon. The generator. Is generally available in the episode 1 through 5 story mode. What? Wait, which episode? There's also only 4, not 5. Oh man, Google's AI has failed. It has failed me. Yeah, it's not available. That sucks. I'm not gonna say what the fuck? There was already a weapon pod?
Good luck.
Right at the beginning. Before the first wave of claw ships after the speed up finishes. Another later one? Oh, there's a pod after the speed up finishes. Okay. Destroy the 3 pods after these ships. There's a speed up, and then there should be another pod. We got that. Whatever, man. Wait. Okay, my question is this a rear weapon power-up every time?
Good luck. Unexplained
It's stinky. It's stinky. It's fucking stinky.
Good luck.
Okay. Destroy the triangle for a rear weapon power-up. The dragons don't have shit. Front weapon power-up. Drops early on. Save.
Data acquired.
Alright. That's a good place to stop.
Good luck.
So,